Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome back to the Govardhana Retreat. Today is the first day that we are having all the complete program with all the teachers lecturing. Yesterday was the opening. And so today we will have 3 different presentations. And we will begin right now, immersing ourselves again in remembrance of Giriraj. Remember, the aim of the retreat is to bring our mind to Brajadham, which will help us develop our attraction for Krishna. Our mind has a tendency to go somewhere else, but we want to think of the Lord. We are devotees. Residence in the Dham is very much recommended to help us remember Krishna. We are going to Govardhan. We are going to another sacred place. If you remember yesterday, we had darshan of Balaram's Mukutshila. Today, we are having darshan of the Chandan Shila. Very amazing. So let us go there.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Once, during the course of Radha Krishna's pastimes at Govardhan, Srimati Radharani went into the divine spiritual emotion of jealous anger called man. Sitting atop Govardhan, Krishna wondered how to pacify her. His hands resting on a Govardhan Shila, he thought to himself, if only I had some sandalwood paste to apply on Radha's feet, that would surely pacify her. Govardhana, being the best of Krishna's servants, Haridasa Varya, understood the heart of his lord and instantly began to emit sandalwood paste. Krishna felt his hands become moist. As he looked, he was delighted to see the reddish paste produced by the hill. After swiftly gathering the sandalwood paste in his palms, He proceeded to where Radha was sitting and softly applied it over her lotus feet, eventually pacifying her. Till today, Giriraj continues to produce that red chandan in a secret place off the Parikrama path.
All glories to Giriraj. We were amazed when we discovered the Chandan Shila. I could hardly believe my eyes. A local temple pujari, we would say, took us there, and he started, just put a little water on the Chandan Shila, as you saw, and he started rubbing. And immediately the red color started coming. And of course, we put it on our foreheads and all that. So, welcome to the mysterious Govardhana Hill, the provider. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, Govardhana Hill provides, of course, sweet grasses, but also honey drinks. The bees living in the attach themselves to the branches of the trees, and huge beehives are there, which are dripping honey. And of course, there is sweet water. There is actually sweet water and sweetened water. Many fruit growing, lots of fruit growing in Govardhan, sweet, eatable roots. And of course, the Shilas provide very wonderful sitting places, sleeping places. There are caves, there are waterfalls, all kinds of birds and beautiful animals. So this is Krishna's favorite playground. And the friends of Krishna would gather these pigments, which we hear would be of different colors. We found a red one. Maybe, who knows, somewhere around Govardhan, there are different pigments of different colors, which we do not know about. So we are going to proceed to hear from His Grace Purijan Prabhu. We have heard from him of his presentation. He will be speaking about the travels and adventures of Srila Sanatana Goswami in his endeavor to meet with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this will be our first class for the day. And we have more darshans to come today. We will be going to more places, including Uddhav Kund, which is located, we would say,
It's not,
on the other side of Kusum Sarovar, on the other side of the hill. That will be, we will be visiting that place after hearing from Burijan Prabhu. Let me see whether Burijan Prabhu has arrived. Yes, he
he
has.
has,
He has. Welcome, Prabhu.
indeed.
Please
Hare
accept our
Krishna,
full
Hare Krishna.
obeisances and begin right away. We are very eager to hear your presentation.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Excuse me, let me just check one thing. Yes. Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nivase Shasunyavadi Prashkatya Desatarane Om Aganatamidandasya Janajana Salakaya Sakshu Samilitanjena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Vadati Sa Pandantikam Vansakalpa Tarubhascha Kripa Sindhu Vayevacha Patitanam Pavinebhyo Vaishnave Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. I'll be speaking about Sanatana Goswami and his visiting of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Jagannath Puri. He visits the Lord there for the second time. And what I would like to do is just start with the first verse. Radhaman, could you just pour a little bit, please, there? Thank you. Vrindavanat punapraptam Sri Gora Sri Sanatanam Deha patam ivan snehat Shudam chakre parikshaya. So this verse gives a summary, as do all the first verses of each chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita. It gives a summary of the entirety of the chapter. That Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu meets Sanatana Goswami again, Puna Praptam. He again sees him, Sri Guru. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again sees Sanatana Goswami. And there, and it doesn't say where, the first time Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Sanatana Goswami was in Ramakeli, and then again in Benares, in Varanasi, and then here's the third time again, gets Sri Sanatana attains Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And in this particular time, what's described here in this chapter is Deha Patam Ivan Snehat. Out of Snehat, out of great affection, he protects Sanatana Goswami from Deha Patam, from giving up his body. And then, what Mahaprabhu does is Shuddham Chakre Parikshaya. Parikshaya means he tests him, he examines him, and then Shuddham purifies his body. So please go to the English translation, Srila Prabhupada's English translation. When Sanatana Goswami returned from Vrindavan, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu affectionately saved him from his determination to commit suicide. Then, after testing him, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu purified his body. So, one thing I'd like you to really notice here is that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tested Sanatana Goswami. Now, what is this test? And this is one of the main themes that we'll be looking at over the next few days. How did Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu test Sanatana Goswami? And then also another point, and the Sanskrit word there is parikshaya. So we know the word parikshit, or Maharaj Parikshit, because Maharaj Parikshit, after being saved by Lord Krishna while he was in the womb of Uttara, he examined every person that he met. He was testing each person that he met after that, looking to see if this was the person who had saved him while he was in the womb, that he had actually seen in the womb. So this testing is very, very, very interesting in this chapter. And also, please keep in mind the word snehat, out of great affection, because this is the background of the entire chapter, the affection that is being reciprocated by Sanatana Goswami with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So keep this in mind. What I'm going to try to do is give some highlights, so to speak, of particular words and particular concepts to note and remember while we go through the chapter. Then the second verse is what is also done every chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, that there is glorification. So Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya, Jai Nityananda, Jaya Dvaita Chandra, Jaya Ghora Bhaktavinda. So almost the entire Panchatattva is glorified here, because Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, while writing this amazing literature, he is respecting and glorifying those who he's going to be, he experiences getting the blessings and the power of. So in this, I don't think there's any need for a translation, but there it is, all glories to all the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then, as we go onward, after this introduction has been completed to the chapter, Kaviraj Goswami begins narrating the particular pastimes. When Srila Rupa Goswami returned from Jagannath Puri to Bengal, so we saw yesterday how Rupa Goswami left Jagannath Puri and went to Bengal, and Sanatana Goswami at the same time, he went from Mathura to Jagannath Puri to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now this particular section of the chapter, it discusses the journey of Sanatana Goswami through the Jharkhand forest. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he went to Vrindavan, he stopped at Benares, and then he went to Prayag, and then he went to Vrindavan. But when he left Jagannath Puri at Cuttack, he turned into the forest. And that forest is basically Jharkhand forest. And Sanatana Goswami went through the same forest. So Sanatana Goswami was walking alone through the forest. And there, as he was walking, sometimes he fasted. He was so eager to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Jagannath Puris. Sometimes he fasted. Sometimes he ate the roots and different fruits from the trees. And sometimes he would eat whatever he could get, or perhaps even beg. But then, As he was going, Jara Kandera Jalera Dosha, there was some water that he drank. And this is very important, and it will come out later, especially when Haridas Thakur speaks at the end of the pastime. He drank some water that was faulty, that was bad, that was contaminated. And despite because of his fasting and because of his walking and because of his drinking this poor water, poor quality water, his body became covered with itching sores that were oozing pus and that were oozing blood. They were itching continuously. Fluid was coming from his body. And it was itching continuously. And when you scratch an itching sore in that way, it just increases the itching. It increases the blood coming and the different fluids coming out of the body. So Sanatana Goswami, when this was occurring, he just thought, what am I going to do with my life? What am I going to do with my body? This body is useless, practically speaking. First of all, it's Nija Jati. I am born in a low family. I don't have good qualities. It's Atyanta Asara. Just completely, fully useless. Asar, useless. Because he was thinking, as it explains in the succeeding verses, that I'm going to Jagannath Puri. But with a body like this, what will I do there? First of all, I won't be able to go see Lord Jagannath at all because of my past history and low birth, because he had served the Muslim rulers before. I shall not be able to see Lord Jagannath. And then I won't be able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continuously. Why? Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I've heard, is living near the Jagannath temple. So what am I going to be able to do? And yet, there was a third reason why he comes to the conclusion very soon that it is better that I give up my body. And the third reason is that when I'm walking to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or walking anywhere, practically speaking, in Jagannath Puri, the pujaris are going here and there. And if I happen to touch one of them, if I touch any of them with my oozing, sore-ridden body with blood coming out, it's going to contaminate them. And for this offense, I'm going to have to suffer so much. It's such an offense. And when we see people, practically speaking, if their bodies are covered with sores that are oozing, all we want to do is keep far away from them. And he found that there was a horrible smell coming from these itching, oozing sores. So he was in great pain because of this. So I will not have the power to go near the temple. I will not be able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was living in Gambhira, in Radhakantamat, what is known as Radhakantamat, and that is so close to the temple. So, and then I'm going to be committing offenses. So with a body like this, what is the use of me being alive? Nothing good will come of my life. Only bad will come of my life, the opposite of what I want. So Sanatana Goswami thought, without being able to serve properly, I should give up my life. I should commit suicide. And I'm going to Jagannath Puri just before the Rath Yatra festival. So what an opportunity I'll have in the presence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, while the Rath cart, the wheels of the Rath cart are rolling down the road to Gundicha temple. While those wheels are moving, I shall jump underneath those wheels and give up my body. And this will be an auspicious ending to my extremely inauspicious situation. So as he was thinking like this, he made his way through the forest, and gradually, walking and walking, he made his way to Jagannath Puri. And that's the end of the first section. Sanatana Goswami's journey, and this is the beginning of his test. Then, when he got to Jagannath Puri, he did not know the devotees that were there, but there was one devotee he thought of meeting, because that devotee had accompanied Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when Mahaprabhu had gone to Ramakeli, where he had met Mahaprabhu, and that devotee was the great saint Thakur Haridas. So Mahaprabhu had arranged for Thakur Haridas to stay at the Siddhabakul in a very isolated place. So Sanatana Goswami went there to meet Haridas. And when he saw Haridas Thakur, they knew each other. They bowed down, they embraced, they offered respects to each other. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expressed his desire, his eager desire to see the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as quickly as possible. This is the benefit of an extended journey to the pilgrimage place. That benefit is that you're meditating upon your worshipable Lord the whole time. You're meditating upon what you're going to do in this holy place the whole time of your journey. You don't get on a plane and that you don't sit there and with screens in front of you, but rather, on the other hand, you're walking and slowly absorbing your consciousness in this holy place. So when Mahaprabhu arrived in Jagannath Puri, he expressed to Haridas Thakur his eagerness to see the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Haridas told him that after the Upalabhoga ceremony, the morning ceremony of refreshments, every day, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would come and see Haridas. And Haridas too before he came to Jagannath Puri at the house of Advaita Charya, before Mahaprabhu left Advaita Charya's house to initially come to Jagannath Puri, he expressed that I'm not going to be able to go near the Jagannath temple. I won't see Jagannath, I won't see Mahaprabhu. But then when he actually came, Mahaprabhu made a special arrangement for him because of his love, because of his affection for Haridas Thakur. So this is some point that comes out very soon, and it's something that will have to build up in our heart, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is very affectionate to his devotees. He's especially affectionate to those who give themselves to him, his mission, and who show affection to him. His reciprocation is astounding, actually. So make note of that point from the first of the introductory the first verse, that introductory verse, the word was used, sneha, out of affection. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to act. But this affection isn't going to take the form that either Sanatana Goswami desired, or sometimes in our life, during our tests, the affection that we get from Krishna may not be exactly according to our liking. And how to deal with that? Let us watch Sanatana Goswami as he gets examined out of his great affection, out of Mahaprabhu's great affection for him, how he deals with the examination that he's going to get. So when Mahaprabhu came to the Siddhabakul place, which is such an amazing place, where Thakur Haridas lived and passed from this world, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would come every day, and Sanatana Goswami stayed there, and Srila Rupa Goswami stayed there, and the devotees used to go there to be with Thakur Haridas. When he got there, Thakur Haridas and Sanatana Goswami immediately bowed down to the ground and offered the Lord their humble obeisances. And when Haridas Thakur said, Sanatan, he said, Sanatan Kori Namaskar. that Sanatan is here. He's offering you his obeisances. And I noticed this even with Srila Prabhupada. If we were with Srila Prabhupada, and I've seen people do this with myself as well, and I offered obeisances, then the devotee may say, oh, Burijan is offering his obeisances, and just in case Prabhupada didn't know who the person was, or because Prabhupada had so many thousands of disciples. And I also did that at times. Oh, this is such and such person offering obeisances, and Prabhupada accepted that. So when Sanatana Goswami was offering his obeisances, Mahaprabhu was chamatkar. He was very surprised because he didn't expect to see Sanatana Goswami there. In fact, Rupa Goswami had just left 10 days ago, and now Sanatana was there. And Sanatan, after embracing Haridas Thakur, and Haridas Thakur says, yes, here is Sanatan, who is offering his obeisances to you. Mahaprabhu immediately went to embrace Sanatan. And Sanatana Goswami, remember, his body was the opposite of fragrant. It smelled bad. It was oozing blood. It was oozing fluids, itching. And Sanatan just said, Prabhu, Padan Tomarapaya, I just have a request of you. Please, I bow down at your feet. Please don't touch me. I am, first of all, Nijajati. I'm born of a low class. I am Adama. I am low, but also Kandurasagai. My body is covered with these sores, that different horrible fluids. I mean, the grossest example of something like this is if one had the worst kind of diarrhea or something, and one's body was covered with horrible excrement from the body, and then the Lord comes, who is Parama Pavitra, he is the supreme pure, and you're already feeling yourself so low, and then he's coming to touch you and embrace you. Look at these infectious sores that I have on my body. And he said, please don't. And Mahaprabhu embraced him anyway. And the oozing sores and fluids and blood from Sanatana Goswami's body, it touched the transcendental body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, of course, we can't really understand what Sanatana Goswami was thinking, but we can understand that he thought this was the most terrible thing. He's already suffering so much due to the sores. He's already thinking himself born in a low family. He's already thinking that he assisted Nawab Hussain Shah's government in committing horrendous crimes, religious crimes, breaking so many temples. And now look at the offenses that I'm committing. So then, what could he do? Mahaprabhu overpowered him. He embraced him. So the devotees with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Mahaprabhu sat in a holy raised place, and Sanatana Goswami and Haridas Thakur sat below them. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then asked Haridas he asked Sanatana Goswami about the devotees in Vrindavan, because Mahaprabhu in Benares had sent Sanatana Goswami to Vrindavan. So Mahaprabhu and Mahaprabhu had come there himself, and he met the devotees. He had such special relationships with devotees there, and he loved Vrindavan so much. Even the word Vrindavan would cause him to fall into ecstasy. What to speak of the thought, seeing Sanatan brought him back to the thinking of Vrindavan and the devotees there. So Mahaprabhu first asked about the devotees. How are they doing? How is their health? What are they doing? And Sanatan told them that everyone was quite well. And then Mahaprabhu told him that Rupa, your brother, has just been here, and just 10 days ago he left. And then Mahaprabhu broke to him. He told him some bad news that he had learned from Rupa Goswami, because when Rupa Goswami had gone to Bengal before coming to Puri, he had gone with Anupama, Sanatana and Rupa's younger brother, but Anupama had left this world in Bengal. So the word that Mahaprabhu used was very, very gentle. He said Ganga Prapti. This was, and we see this in other of Prabhupada's books, that this was a gentle way of saying they left the world, they've attained the Ganga, because traditionally in Bengal, when someone was going to leave this world and it was known, they would take him and let him be at that holy place of the bank of the Ganga, so that the influence of the holy river would influence his departure. And Mahaprabhu then said something important and very sweet, and he glorified Anupam. And he said, Raganate Drida Tarabhakti, that he was such a firm, fixed devotee of Lord Ramachandra. Now, this next part over here, listen to very carefully, because it has to do with parikshita, with testing. Although it's not directly mentioned here, but the concept of fixity in devotional service, fixity upon one's Lord and Master, is something, well, I'm not going to tell you what exactly at this point, but it comes up many, many times in this chapter, and it becomes an essential point. So fix that as a signpost in your mind about how Anupam was so firm in his devotion to Raghunath, to Lord Ramachandra. So Sanatana Goswami immediately, when he hears this, he says, my family and I are already so low. We've performed all these irreligious acts. We've assisted the irreligiosity, practically speaking, everything against the scriptural injunctions that we did. But actually, rather than hating my family for what we've done, the impropriety for the things we've done, rather, you've given my entire family mercy. And you've brought good fortune upon us all. And then Sanatana himself begins to speak about Anupama's, who also was given the name Sri Ballava, his worship of Lord Raghunath, of Ramachandra. So he said, yes, he was kare drita chitti, with great determination. Drita means holding on very tightly, that he was a devotee of Lord Ram. And day and night, he says, he would chant the name of Ram. This is his fixedness. Day and night, he's defining the fixedness, telling us more details about what it actually means to be fixed in devotion to one's worshipable deity. And he said, Raghunatha Nama Ara Dhyan, and he would meditate on Ramayan continuously. He would hear it and meditate upon it. And he would chant and hear the Ramayan and chant continuously the names of Lord Ram. And the three of us, Sri Rupa, myself, and Anupam, we would stay together continuously. And one day, as we were discussing Srimad Bhagavatam and the glories of Lord Krishna, the three of us were discussing, they decided to pariksha, to examine him. Again, the word pariksha is used. So Kaviraj Goswami, in writing this, is very, very careful how he constructs his narrative, because there are many things happening at once. We're going to see, and this goes out through the entire Chaitanya Charitamrita, we're going to see through hearing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu relishing his relationship with his devotees. But also, in addition to that, we're going to see and hear very powerful and important instructions for our own spiritual life. And Mahaprabhu is going to use his devotees and others too, but to teach us, to train us in how we too can advance in devotional service and attain love for Krishna, which is the goal, prema parama artha mahan. So Rupa and Sanatan, they decided to examine their younger brother, Anupam. And they said, Lord Krishna is attractive. His attractiveness is supreme. There is no one more attractive than him. His pastimes, his sweetness, his loving dealings, they are unlimited. Atyanta, they're unlimited. And there's no one actually who can compare to Krishna. So you please engage yourself in your devotional service along with your two brothers, and together, the three of us will stay together. We'll just talk about Krishna, we'll think about Krishna, we'll chant Krishna's names, we'll hear about Krishna. Let us all together be one in this way. And Sanatan describes how Anupam, his mind, because of his love and respect for Rupa and Sanatan, they were his elder brothers, his mind was moved in that direction. And he said, yes, my dear brothers, I can't disobey you, so please, you initiate me, you give me the Diksha mantra of Krishna, and then I can perform my devotional service to Krishna. So after saying this, he went to his place, but that night he could not sleep. All night he stayed awake, thinking, I cannot give up the lotus feet of Lord Raghunath. I can't do it. I can't do it. He cried all night long. And in the morning, Sanatan says, he came to us and he pleaded with us. I have already given my head. I have sold myself. I have given myself at the lotus feet of Lord Ram. I cannot take my head away from his feet. That would be too painful for me. So please, please, you two, my two dear elder brothers, be merciful to me. Be merciful to me and give me an order. Yes, I will take your orders, but please give me an order that life after life I may serve the lotus feet of Lord Raghunath. Please give me that blessing of that order. It's impossible for me to give up the lotus feet of Raghunath. And even if I think about doing it, what to speak of actually doing it? Even if I think about doing it, my heart breaks. So hearing this, and hearing of his devotion to his worshipful Ishtadeva, to Lord Ramachandra, Rupa and Sanatan, they embraced him, they encouraged him, and saying, you are a great saintly devotee. Your determination in devotional service is fixed. Is there something we may be able to learn from this? Is there some instruction in here, in this pastime already for us? And then Sanatan turned to Mahaprabhu and said, whatever family upon which you bestow even a little mercy is fortunate, and all your mercy, and your mercy, even a drop of your mercy, makes all misery disappear. So hearing about the fixedness of Anupama from Sanatan, and after having acknowledged this himself, and it's going to be hammered in a third time by Mahaprabhu about this importance of this fixedness And he says, there was also a similar situation concerning Murari Gupta, a great devotee of Lord Ram that was an early associate of Mahaprabhu in Navadvip. His determination was similar. And Mahaprabhu even says, Porve ami parikshalun, tara erita, that I similarly examined him. I examined his fixedness purpose previously, and his determination was the same. Again and again, we will hear of this examinations. And this is very, what I've seen is, this is something that has, how shall I say? I'll say it by saying something else. When we were reading the fourth chapter of Madhya Lila of Chaitanya Charitamrita, we heard of Madhavendra Puri and his devotional service. And Gopal came to him in a dream and said, Madhavendra Puri, I have been observing you for a long time. It's so interesting to consider that Krishna can actually observe us, and that he does. And then Gopal said, and I've been wondering, when will Madhavendra Puri come to serve me? So there are tests that we will also undoubtedly have in our spiritual life, when sometimes we think no one is observing us, and sometimes we see that others are observing us, and sometimes the tests are so subtle that we don't know if anyone's there observing us at all. But here, great appreciation is shown for this fixity in devotional service. And then there are two verses that are described here that Mahaprabhu says. There are two verses that Mahaprabhu says that are very important, that really make this point. Say bhakta danya yena chadi prabhora charana. That devotee is danya, he is glorious if he does not give up the feet of his Prabhu, that he stays focused and fixed on his Lord. And that, now here's the other side of that. Say Prabhu Danya, usually we think of the one side where it's the devotees. Don't try and see Krishna, but act in such a way that Krishna will see you. Krishna is always observing you. He's in Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam. He's in everyone's heart. He's always watching you. But there's another side of this equation too. It's the personal, affectionate nature of our Prabhu, our Lord. Say Prabhu Danya, that Prabhu is glorious. Yena chadi nija jana, that he does not give up his own nija jana, his own person, those who have given themselves to him, his own person. So translation here is, glorious is that devotee, Srila Prabhupada's translation, who does not give up the shelter of his Lord, and glorious is that Lord who does not abandon his servant. But then there's a second verse, and that second verse talks about the Lord and what happens if some servant of the Lord is not so fixed and rida, and how does the glorious Lord deal with such a soul? So Durdaiva, if by chance, the sevaka, the servant, jadi, if by chance, if he goes away, jaya anyestane, if he goes away, then the Lord, say Thakur Dani, he is glorious, who grabs him by the hair and pulls him back, grabs him Doesn't say, okay, everyone has their free will. No, he grabs him. He holds on to him tightly by his hair and pulls him back. So the Srila Prabhupada's translation is, if by chance, Dodaiva, a servant falls down and goes somewhere else, glorious is that master who captures him and brings him back by the hair. Now, the section changes. That point has been firmly made already many, many, many times. Tests affection and firmness and devotion to one's Lord. So Mahaprabhu then says, it's very good that you have come here. Now stay in this room with Haridas Thakur. We read these few verses yesterday. And what did Mahaprabhu see in them about their qualities and their qualification? And what should they do while they were together? So Mahaprabhu says, Krishna Bhakti Rase Duhe Parama Pradhan. Krishna Rasa Aswadana, you should taste, because you are both so expert in this. This is your actual qualification. You're so expert that you should taste together Parama Pradhan, the actual transcendent Bhakti Rasa, the transcendental mellows of devotional service. Both of you are so Parama Pradhan, you are so qualified, you are so expert. And Krishna Rase Aswadana, you should taste the taste of Krishna Bhakti Rasa together. And you should speak in this way and Laya Harinam. You should chant Krishna's names. So he gave them, and then we'll see in this chapter, this is what they do when they're together. They talk about Krishna and they chant Krishna's names. How wonderful. So the point that came up in my mind when I read this to everyone yesterday was that they were going to be together in their room together, and Mahaprabhu, he got up and left, and he sent prasadam to them every day, and Sanatana Goswami was so humble that he didn't try to enter the temple of Lord Jagannath. He just saw the chakra on top of the temple and gave its respects every day. And Mahaprabhu would send prasadam, very, very wonderful prasadam through Govinda to them every day. He would take care of them. He would take care of them. Again, he maintained them. Because he was their shelter, their only shelter. And then he would come and he would join them in their Krishna Katha, talking about Krishna. So then I thought, when one could only imagine what would it have been like to be in the presence of the three of them or the two of them, while they were going about their life, relishing bhakti rasa. What would it be like? And one couldn't burst in to that unless one was qualified. And that's the reason why we can't really be in the spiritual world until we have the qualifications of one to be in the spiritual world. We wouldn't fit in unless our consciousness, unless we felt small enough to be like a fly on the wall or something like that. We would be a disturbance in some ways. The energy would be shifted. So that ends that part. So in this way, life went on. Day after day, Mahaprabhu would come, and then another section begins. So before we begin that section, this next section, because it is a next section, and the pastime moves forward. After having established some principles, I thought to see if there's any questions at this point. I don't know if Prashanta is present there to see if there's any questions. And yes.
Yes, there are.
We could take a few
Question.
minutes.
We have 2 hands up as far as I can see, and it's multiplying fast.
Okay, but we'll only have a few now. I'll try to stop another time, or maybe even 2 times before the end. And yes, would you like to?
Well, the first person I saw was Madhavi Gopi, Devidasi,
Yes.
and we also have Rishi Kumar Prabhu from Delhi.
Yes.
Hare Krishna, Dandvat
We
Prabhu.
won't be able to answer everyone, but we'll just have at least 1 or 2.
Go ahead, Madhavi Gopi.
Yeah, Hare Krishna. Prabhuji, thank you. This was a wonderful explanation of the whole thing. But what little...
Mataji, it's not over yet. We're just beginning.
Yeah. So the confusion I have is like Lord Ram or Lord Krishna, both are the different forms of the Lord. So how it makes difference for the Lord or for the devotees that somebody is particularly attached to one form of the Lord. So they try to, bring them to some other form. And Lord also pleases that, okay, he is fixed in attached to that particular form. So it's very good. So how we understand this? Because both are ultimately the Lord.
Yes, and ultimately we know that Krishna is Ishvara Parama Krishna, and the pastimes that Krishna performs, especially his Vrindavan pastimes, allows one or gives one the most intimate of relationships with Krishna. So if one judges one's by intimacy, the degree of love, we see that Krishna, it is more possible to have a more intimate exchange of love with Krishna. But that doesn't mean, in the material world, we hear, if we see that someone has a better position, or this person has a better position here, and we want the best. Why should I have the second best? I deserve the best, but it doesn't. But the material world is different from the spiritual world. And these 2 devotees that have been mentioned, of Anupam and Murari Gupta, and Mahaprabhu said their eternal rasa was with Lord Ramachandra. So that's glorified. But the point really being made isn't whether Krishna is better than Ram, and if you're a devotee of Ram, you should only stay with Lord Ram or Vishnu or something like that. No, but we don't argue with devotees over which form of the Lord that they choose. Or is chosen for them in some senses to worship. But we want to make the point. The point really being made is the fixity of devotion to one's Lord is so highly valued, and that very often is what's tested in us. And this comes out that this is the real test, and this is what really comes out, is that my test isn't going to be whether I want to serve Lord Ram or Lord Krishna or Lord Varaha or whatever. That's not going to be my test. My test is that when Kali Yuga gets really rough and difficult, and I don't get what I want from Krishna, I have a plan of what I want, how Krishna should treat me. And then when things don't happen the way I want, and there's misery, I get sick, or someone beloved passes away, that's more the test, that I don't turn away from the Supreme Lord and run in the opposite direction and think, what's the use of worshiping a Lord who doesn't give me everything that I want? But we're the servants. So it's very important to live in the affectionate relationship with our Lord and be nourished by that affection. And that is what will make us grow in our devotional service. And if we turn the other way, when things get difficult, then we have to go back, and Krishna so kindly will grab us by the hair, so to speak, and And there we go, but we have to gain love. Love is fixed. If there's a person who loves one person today and a different person tomorrow and a different person the next day, we wouldn't want to have a relationship with such a person. But good question, thank you. Was there one more question? And then we'll go back to this pastime.
We go to Rishi Kumar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Rishi Kumar Prabhu.
Thanks, Mother. Thank you very much. I just want to thank you first for inspiring me to be a part of this retreat.
No.
The first one.
Go on.
You mentioned in the session that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu uses his devotees to teach and train us to advance. So often it happens that in our life, especially in devotion service and in our services, we come across seemingly bewildering behavior patterns or devotees themselves. So how does one steadily have this consciousness that this devotee is also probably provided by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to train me in my advancement and not get bewildered or irritated?
Well, it depends if I've understood your question correctly, when we see so many things when we join a movement that has hundreds and hundreds of thousands of devotees, we see so many things. So in a simple way, your question is, how does one not get bewildered, and how does one learn from what one sees? How does one learn to move on forward in one's own spiritual life? Is that correct?
Yes.
So one thing that I've seen is that Krishna is always teaching us. There's no lack of instruction. Krishna is always teaching us. And there's so much instruction that comes. So what we gain from an experience really depends on us more than the experience itself. There's a famous little story that I find myself saying many times about the two identical twins, and their father was an alcoholic. He used to drink, and he was a terrible father. He used to be completely addicted to alcohol. And one son became an alcoholic like his father, and the other son became a very famous neurosurgeon. So someone asked the drunkard father, the drunkard son, how did you become like this? Just living homeless on the street? How did you become like this? And his reply was, with a father like that, what else could I have become? And your smile shows you already figured out what the rest of the story is. That then they asked the brain surgeon, how did you become this exalted surgeon? And he said, with a father like this, like that, what else could I have become? So this is one of the great challenges of life. I saw this with Prabhupada. He used every difficult experience to push on the movement, to teach. He was so fixed in his determination. I'm a servant of my Lord, of my Guru Maharaj, of Mahaprabhu, of Nityananda Prabhu, of the Pancha Tattva, of C.C. Radha Shyamasundar, Radha Madhav, Radha Gopinath, Radha Parthasarthi. I'm a servant of them. I've sold myself to them. If this is what they want to give me to experience, let me somehow use it, somehow or another, in service. That is determination. That melts the heart of the Lord. Someone who is so fixed in love in that way. But is it easy? It's easy to talk about it, but watch our minds. Not our minds, but watch the mind fluctuate when things don't go the way we want. And we become very humble in that way and know that we need mercy. Okay. BTP, back to pastime.
We're not taking one more, Prabhu?
Abhi nahi.
Abhi nahi. Okay.
But abad mein, because Otherwise, well, you know what's going to happen. Okay? So every day Mahaprabhu would come. And one day, the Lord came to meet Haridas and Sanatan. And suddenly, he began speaking. He said, Sanatan, Deha Tyage Krishna Jadipai. You want to serve Krishna, and you think that you're not able to serve Krishna, not able to associate with Mahaprabhu, you won't be able to see Lord Jagannath, and you'll see, and you think that you're going to be committing offenses, and therefore you want to give up your body, and that you think is going to be auspicious, you think that's going to bring you closer to Krishna, but Deha Tyage Krishna Jadipa, you will not be able to get Krishna in that way. That is not the process. And then Mahaprabhu says something amazing, and this shows what real devotion is that he says that if I thought that by giving up my body I could get Krishna, I would have done it 100 times, 1,000 times, koti times. Because what's valuable for me is not maintaining my body, but the service of Krishna, not the tourism, going to Vrindavan, Goloka Vrindavan, so I could see Krishna and take a selfie, stand in front of Krishna and take a selfie. Look who's been to Vrindavan, it's me. But no, it's about love, it's about service. It's about loving service. It's about bhakti. Mother Yashoda in Srila Rupa Goswami has a verse in Padyavali that says she would give up her life millions of times willingly if she could save Krishna. One drop of unnecessary perspiration, or any perspiration, because all perspiration means over endeavor. She would do that willingly, gladly, without a second thought. So, well, then what is Sanatan going to do? Mahaprabhu gives him some instructions, which we should all take very, very, very careful note of. He says, not by giving up your body, but what we know is Krishna is attainable only by bhakti, only by devotional service. There is no other means of attaining him in this way. The Bhagavad Gita says this again and again. All Shastra says this again and again. What to speak of service in Braj? One's bhakti has to be so refined, so pure. In the 4th chapter of Adi Lila of Chaitanya Charitamrita, the love of in Braj is compared to gold that has been refined, melted, and then little impurities taken away, and then it congeals, and then it melted again, and a little more impurities come to the surface and are taken away, and again and again and again and again and again, 100 times purified in that way. This is what Braj Bhakti is actually like. It's all about love, bhakti between the Lord and his devotees, the exchanges, and the Lord and the love of the residents of Vrindavan, Napare Ham. It is so powerful, it conquers the Lord. It controls he who cannot be controlled. And that is what's going on in Braja. So there is no other way to attain Krishna other than by bhakti, he says. And suicide, these acts are influenced by passion and ignorance. And if one is contaminated by passion and ignorance, one cannot know who Krishna is. We cannot understand him. So then, without bhakti, he says, Without bhakti, unless one discharges, performs his devotional service with the desire to please the other. It's about service, but not service in the sense of work, but service in the sense of the intense, sweet desire to give to the other, to bring a smile to the other's face, to please the other, to do something for their pleasure. Without that, one cannot awaken one's dormant love for Krishna, Prabhupada says. And there is no means. This verse is actually prema vina Krishna prapti anyahoyanai. That without that prema, without performing bhakti, you can't get prema. And without prema, you can't get Krishna. Krishna prapti anyahoyanai. There is no other way. He's telling Sanatana Goswami. And then he quotes from the 11th canto saying, not by this, not by that, not by yoga, sankhya, dharma, study, tapasya, renunciation. You cannot get me. It's by bhakti you can get me. By devotion, by love. I am melted by that. He's a person, a supreme person. So he's speaking against measures like suicide. These are sinful. They won't get you Krishna. You won't get the shelter of Krishna by these actions. But he says something a little bit on the other side next. Mahaprabhu says that you may feel in your heart that my life without Krishna has no value whatsoever, and therefore what is the use of my life? You may have that feeling, that ecstatic, loving feeling, the devotee may, but with that kind of love, you actually get Krishna. At that time, though, you cannot give up your body. And this comes out in Braja so many times, where the gopis, for example, they even want to give up their bodies. Not they want to, but they can't die, practically speaking, because they think that's going to give Krishna pain. And the pain of being separate from Krishna, which is like an ocean of pain, is not as great as the pain when they think that Krishna is going to be unhappy if he sees that his leaving Vrindavan has caused our death. That's going to make Krishna feel so bad. So therefore they somehow or another keep alive. And in this way they gain Krishna. It's that intensity of love that causes one to gain Krishna. It is not cheap, Prabhupada would say. Sometimes when he would talk to us, he'd say, all you have to do is chant Hare Krishna. So simple. But other times he would say, do you think getting this is easy? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his comment on this verse, he says, in his Amrita Prabhavasya, which Prabhupada doesn't mention in his comments, in his purports, he says, in separation from Krishna, the Premika Bhakta, the devotee who's filled with love, he wants to give up his own body in separation. But by the strength of that prema, this is basically what Krishna says in the verse, by the strength of that prema, thinking that Sunyayate Jagat Sarvam Govinda Vedahena Me, he's talking about separation here. When we feel the absence of Krishna, somehow to feel separation from Krishna is the message that is being subtly given. And this is what Mahaprabhu will be teaching, is teaching. This is Varaha Bhav. By the strength of that prema, he gets Krishna, but in fact, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, he's unable to give up his body. In other words, Krishna won't give death to him. He can't. because of his love for the devotee. Rather, he gives himself. So, continuing, he then quotes from the story of the pastime, which is in the 52nd chapter of the 10th canto, where Rukmini Devi writes a letter to Krishna expressing her love for him. And we won't read the Sanskrit, but we'll just go through the English. Please go on to the English. O lotus-eyed one, great personalities like Lord Shiva desire to bathe in the dust of your lotus feet to drive away ignorance. So the greatest of personalities take the dust of Krishna's lotus feet. They don't see it as in anything other than the purest of the pure. And then she says, if I do not get the mercy of your lordship, I shall observe vows to reduce the duration of my life. And thus I shall give up bodies for hundreds of births. I'm willing to do that for hundreds of births, if it is possible to get your mercy in that way. So this is explaining here, Mahaprabhu is explaining, not in detail, but he's giving hints at the process of separation, of service and serving in separation from Krishna. And very interesting here is how did Rukmini Devi gain this incredible, powerful attraction for Krishna, that she's willing to undergo the austerity of death after death after death and shorten her own life, perform austerities that would shorten her own life to gain Krishna. How did she get such an attraction? And the answer to that is by hearing about Krishna's glories, about his sweetness, about his beauty, about how he deals with his devotees. And then Mahaprabhu will cite another verse, a second verse, but not by Rukmini Devi, and we won't read the Sanskrit of this verse either. So please go to the English. This is by the Braja Gopis, and their mood is slightly different from Rukmini Devi's. They say, "Oh, dear Krishna, by your smiling glances and melodious talk, they've met Krishna. You have awakened a fire of lusty desires in our hearts, not just by hearing. They've been with Krishna, they've received his glance, and they've heard his speaking. And because of that, the desire in our heart to be with you, the pure loving desire to be with you, is burning, is blazing. Now, you should extinguish that fire with a stream of nectar from your lips by kissing us. Kindly do this. Kindly do this. And if you don't do it, we won't have to perform austerities like Rukmini Devi in her glorious letter to Krishna said, to leave our body. We won't have to do that. But the fire of our desire to serve you in the mood, the non-materialistic, non-material lusty mood, but the loving golden mood of the gopis, we won't have to perform austerities, but that fire of desire to love you will burn our body to ashes because of separation from you. And thus, by the most natural form of meditation, the meditation on the attractiveness of Krishna by attractive Krishna, the all-attractive Krishna, we shall claim shelter at your lotus feet. So Mahaprabhu continues, because here so many things are said subtly and just by hints. They'll be explained they're explained in the Bhagavatam. They're explained later by the pastimes of Mahaprabhu in his final pastimes in great detail, what it's like to be in this mood. But here there's just subtle hints. And how do we proceed in our own lives? Sanatan is told by Mahaprabhu, give up your nonsensical desires. Kabudi, chadiya kore. No, go back, if you can do that. Kubudi, these nonsensical, foolish desires that won't actually help you. And they are unfavorable. Could you go back, please? They're unfavorable for getting Krishna's lotus feet. But then what should I do? This is the question. What should I do? And this question will have different answers at different parts. But this is the essential foundational part, that you should engage koro, shravana kirtanam. You should engage in hearing and chanting about Krishna. Shravana kirtana. And then acharate, very quickly, you'll be able to get the lotus feet, Krishnera charan. But there's more. This is the basic formulation of the process. Now you can go on, please. So it doesn't make, and Prabhupada puts in his translation, engage yourself in chanting and hearing, then you will achieve the shelter of Krishna without a doubt. Acharate, he translates, which means quickly generally, soon, without a doubt, if you do this. And next, Mahaprabhu says that it doesn't make a difference of your birth, what family you're born in. It may be a great exalted family, it may be a low-born family, and there is Sanatan, and there is Haridas, and what to speak of poor Burijan Das, a Brooklyn Vasi. But what if birth doesn't help? What does help? Next verse. Dinera adhikadaya kori Bhagavan. Kulina pandita darina bari abhiman. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Dinera, if one is humble, if one is humble and meek, then Krishna shows more mercy to that person. Adhikadaya, more mercy to that person. Bhagavan gives more mercy to that person, but not fake humility, but rather feeling that without your mercy, what hope do I have? So it doesn't make a difference if you're a pundit, if you're aristocrat, if you're a learned scholar, if you're wealthy, because that will give you, you may get some pride in that, from that. So every material quality will have a negative attached to it. A positive quality will have a negative attached to it. But actual humility, the feeling oneself unqualified and yet always taking shelter of Krishna, which defines actual humility, that has no negative quality to it. So then Mahaprabhu quotes a Sanskrit verse from the 7th canto, Prahlad speaking, and then he gives some more instructions on what to do. Bhajanera madhya shrestha nava vidhi bhakti. Krishna prema, Krishna dite, dare mahashakti. Go on to the English, please. Amongst the ways of devotional service, you should perform the 9 processes of devotional service are the best. For these processes have great power, they have great potency to deliver Krishna, but not deliver Krishna like that, but to deliver ecstatic love for Krishna. And Prabhupada, we'll read a little of Prabhupada's purport to this. He says, there's a long purport, but he says, in the beginning, one has to discharge devotional service according to the regulative principles. But gradually, as devotional service becomes one's life and soul, as devotional service becomes one's life and soul, that means the Navanga Bhakti, the processes of devotional service, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, as it becomes one's life. You can't live without your life. You can't live without your soul, without watering your existence with these processes. But gradually, as devotional service becomes one's life and soul, one achieves the most exalted position of ecstatic love for Krishna. So when I ask myself, why don't I achieve ecstatic love for Krishna? I've been chanting for so many years. Then my answer is given here. Has devotional service, the practices of devotional service, not superficially saying, oh, I'm a bhakta, I'm a devotee, but the practices of devotional service, have they become my life and soul, that which sustains me? Therefore, Mahaprabhu previously emphasizes humility and knowing that one needs the mercy of the Lord as a very important part of the process. And now he moves on for more instructions. Is he just instructing Sanatana Goswami and Haridas Thakur? Hardly. Tara Majje Sarva Shrestha Nama Sankirtan. Amongst all these processes, most important is Nama Sankirtan. And if I do this, niraparade, without offenses, if I chant Krishna's names without offenses, paya prema dana, I'll be able to get the great wealth of prema. Prabhupada says, one easily obtains the most valuable love of Godhead. Prabhupada, we'll read just a little of this purport is wonderful here. We'll just read 2 or 3 sentences. One's humility and meekness. That means also one's desire to serve and please. By humility and meekness, one attracts the attention of Krishna. That is the verdict of the Vedas. Therefore, Prabhupada says, if one becomes very humble and meek, he can very easily attain the lotus feet of Krishna in the age of Kali. And then the glories of the holy name are explained in so many different ways, quoting so many different shastras in Prabhupada's purport. But he again emphasizes this humble and meek. So after hearing this, Sanatana Goswami was amazed because he hadn't told anyone of his desire to give up his body under the wheels of the Jagannath cart at Rath Yatra in the presence of Mahaprabhu, and yet Mahaprabhu knew this. So he was chamatkar, this word is used many, many times. He was astonished. And he could understand that Mahaprabhu knew everything. He knew everything, past, present, future, and he has forbidden him to commit suicide. And he said to the Lord, because Mahaprabhu was speaking to him. This isn't just a philosophical class that's going on. He's in front of Sanatan, and they're speaking to each other. And he says, "Oh Lord, you know everything. You are merciful. You're independent. Swatantri, you do as you like. And what am I? I'm like an instrument of wood, a puppet called putli, pultunach. I dance. I'm just dancing here. You're playing with me," he's saying. Mahaprabhu is using him, Sanatan, in his lila, in his pastimes. And Sanatana Goswami is beginning to become aware of this. And he's saying, "I'm dancing as you make me dance. I am low born. Indeed, I am the lowest. I'm condemned, for I have all the characteristics of a sinful man. But what is the use? What will be the gain if you disallow me from committing suicide? What will be the gain of keeping me alive?" This was the depth of Sanatana Goswami's humility. And Mahaprabhu said something that was shocking. He said, "Your body is my property. You have already surrendered unto me. Therefore, you have no longer any claim to your body. Why should you want to destroy another's property? Can't you consider what is right and what is wrong? You've prayed, you've given yourself to me, you've surrendered yourself to me." Now, there is so much depth of instruction in here for every devotee. If we give ourselves to Krishna, then everything else is Krishna's problem in one sense. And yet we find ourselves in circumstances in life that may be to our liking, may not be to our liking, may be completely against our liking, may be terrible. And yet Krishna is observing, like he was observing Madhavendra Puri. And how we deal with that, how we deal with, as we go through our life, Tatenu kampamsu samikshimano bunjane vatma kripavabhakam, how we deal with our life in Krishna consciousness is our parikshita, is our test. How we internally especially deal with our life. And then Mahaprabhu will go on and say what he wants to do with the body of Sanatana Goswami. And that we shall continue, Krishna willing, tomorrow. He has service. Is there some service that he may have for you? Sometimes it comes in the most unexpected way. He wants you to do something. It may be seemingly little, it may be seemingly big, but it is his service and his desire. Will we do it? Will we let that come through us? Will we let that desire of Mahaprabhu, of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's followers, will we let that come through us? Okay, we'll end here. Prashanta, are there is it time for any other questions, or have we already done it?
We've done it, but Vaidyanath Prabhu had a question.
Is that my old friend Vaidyanath Prabhu?
Are you still here, Vaidyanath Prabhu?
I think not.
I'm unmuting him.
Okay. Good.
Go
So
ahead.
you can hear me, huh?
Yes.
Hare Krishna. Bye,
Yes.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Burijan Prabhu. Thank you very much for your exposure. Very.
Hare
I
Krishna.
always learn from you very much. Thank you.
Hare
Many
Krishna.
times during your discourse, you quoted verses with reference to Krishna's names like Shravanam, Kirtanam, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is instructing Sanatan Goswami to engage in chanting. So I was wondering, was the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, as we know it now, as popular during those times as it is now? Or were they chanting many mantras? I read in Sanatan Goswami's Bhagavatamrita that Brahmana was initiated into the Gopal mantra. I believe also Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was initiated by Ishvara Puri into the Gopal mantra. So was the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra as popular in those days as it is now?
In Chaitanya Bhagavata, when Mahaprabhu speaks to the residents of Mayapur, Mayapur Navadvip, he tells them specifically to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. In the kirtans, they didn't only chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, they chanted other mantras as well during Mahaprabhu's time in Navadvip. But when he specifically requested the people of Navadvip to chant, he requested them to chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. So rather than going into realms of all the different mantras that I'm not aware of, we follow the lead of Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and following Mahaprabhu's instructions to the residents of Navadvip, we also mostly chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. I'm not sure if that answered your question, and probably not on the depth of your unfathomably great intelligence, but and learning, but that might be the best I can do with this one. Vaidinath, Prabhu. And it was more known, it's not actually mentioned even, the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is not specifically mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamrita even. But it is mentioned in Chaitanya Bhagavata.
Yeah, okay. So Chaitanya's movement wasn't known as Hare Krishna movement yet at that time, was it?
No, that was waiting for Prabhupada.
Okay.
Prabhupada also said one time in New Zealand when someone read him a newspaper article that said, criticized those people who chant Hare Krishna. And Prabhupada said, saying Hare Krishna is bad is also good. Because the power of the holy name is such.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
It was mostly known as Gaudiya Vaishnavism, I think, and that's a whole nother long topic. How Chaitanya Charitamrita really unified the Gaudiya Sampradaya philosophically to what the actual philosophy was. This was the great work of the Goswamis of Vrindavan, but in one sense, mostly by Kaviraj Goswami. But that's a whole other topic.
Because there's so many quotes in scripture about the validity of Hare Krishna mantra that were dug out by our acharyas.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Borijan Prabhu, for this wonderful presentation. And we will be waiting till tomorrow to get the continuation of the narration and all the explanations. Thank you so much.
But now you will be overwhelmed by other sweetness. So you won't have to wait. You'll be drinking deeply the sweetness of the words of His Holiness Satyananda Maharaj, and then followed by Jagatrini Mataji. Hare Krishna.
We are swimming in an ocean of sweetness.
Hare Krishna.
Before we hear from Sachinandan Maharaj, let us visit yet another place in Brajamandala, a place which is part of Govardhana, one of the most beautiful kundas or ponds around the hill. Just across from Kusum Sarovar lies Uddhav Kund. Uddhav Kund, very auspicious darshan indeed, with very beautiful presiding deities, including the deity of Uddhavji. Gulmalata, that's the name of Uddhava there. Gulmalata Sri Uddhava. As we know, Uddhav resides in Kusum Sarovar area in the form of grass and creepers, hoping to get upon himself the dust of the lotus feet of the gopis. Sachinandan Maharaj, are you here?
Here, and I can see you, and I'm all the time already watching.
All right, Maharaj. So we warmly welcome Sachinandan Maharaj and let him immediately begin his presentation, Cultivating Divine Aspirations, following Srila Rupa Goswami's writings.
Yes. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Shatarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Please everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One last time, everyone, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Before starting, I wish to say how greatly happy I am to participate in this online presentation. I was very, very moved by Burijam Prabhu's presentation about how Krishna is always there and is examining us, and his hints that help us to pass the test of Krishna and get this great reward of bhakti, that is love into our heart. That these hints were very helpful, and these videos which I'm seeing, I really, of course, I cannot compare. I'm not so informed about what goes on in the visual arts, but they are really a genre of videos. I think you create meditative, contemplative videos which have a great impact on the heart. So yes, I'm very honored to be part of this. I feel very much being at the site of Giriraj by the vision, by the visuals in the computer, but also in the back you can see Gopalraj. Let me see how to, yes, here. Yes, oops, here's Gopalraj on this side, lifting the Giriraj hill with his pinky of the left hand. And then next to him, just in my back, you find Vrinda Devi, who's one of the guardians, the threshold guardian to Vrindavan Dham. I will be sharing with you in 3 lectures some excerpts of the last work of Srila Rupa Goswami called Utkalika Vallari, which belonged to a certain composition of poetry. It's called Urtgirna. These are poems or writings which come deep from the heart of a self-realized soul and then are expressed through his speech and brought outside. Rupa Goswami writes at the beginning of his composition that he had tried to keep these secrets of his own bhajan for a long time hidden, but due to the pressure, due to the intensity of their emotion, he now will reveal them, they will come out. I like to think of it in a image of that is used for Raghunath Das Goswami's poetry. That's the image of the volcano. His heart is the inner place of the volcano, and then his writings and expressions are the lava, so to say, which comes out and rolls down the hills. Why are such compositions important for us as ordinary, let me say not ordinary, but as devotees who are just approaching these higher states of Krishna consciousness? Why are they even relevant? The answer to this question is that if you come in contact with them, your heart becomes affected. In fact, Baladev Vidyabhushana says your heart melts. It's almost as if you put iron into the lava that comes out of the heart of the volcano. Then the iron, the cold and stiff iron, which is in contact with this, becomes warmed up and then finally glows. This is the whole idea of Vaishnava practices. We come in contact with something which is imbued with spiritual Shakti, and within the contact with this, we become transformed. The best example is chanting the holy names. The holy names are purely spiritual, and if we are in contact with them, especially when we don't have anything between us and the holy name, like aparadhas, anything which removes us from the holy name, then yes, as Bhuijan Prabhu quoted from the Antya Leela, then this is the quickest way to attain love of Godhead. Good. So let's dive right into the work. We find Rupa Goswami in the forest of Vrindavan crying. He is expressing a desire. He feels he has for so long practiced Krishna consciousness, but the ultimate goal, that is the personal service of Radha and Krishna, has not yet been given to him. So he turns, he says, I have this desire to serve Radha and Krishna. And he says, I think it will be fulfilled because no one who went to Vrindavan had ever experienced that his desires were not fulfilled. Maybe we remember in this regard how Lord Nityananda appeared to Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, and he said, Are Are Krishna Das, oh Krishna Das, go to Vrindavan, because in the sacred land of Vrindavan all your desires will be fulfilled. So Rupa Goswami says, I'm here in Vrindavan, I have these desires, and I'm sure they will be fulfilled by the power of Vrindavan Dham. Then he turns to Vrinda Devi, to Lasi Devi. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm a little inexperienced. Yes, like this. Here's Vrinda Devi behind us. We turn as Vaishnavas to this divine goddess, Vrinda Devi, to allow us to have residence in Vrindavan, and then Nayane Hiribo Sada, that we see with our nayans, our eyes, the divine couple, that we sing in our Tulsi prayers. Rupa Goswami does not stop there. He turns to all the associates. He says, my dear associates of Radha and Krishna, you roam with the divine couple through the land of Vrindavan. Please, please, you are always together with Radha and Krishna. Please introduce me to the divine couple. Then he says, O couple, Hanta Santa Karuna Shuddhajari, you have lake-like hearts which are filled with the rivers of sweet mercy. We have here in the area where I live, near Berlin, 1,400 lakes, and from some of these lakes, rivers emanate. So this is the image which we have here. You have lake-like hearts that are full of condensed rivers of sweet mercy. Be kind to this wicked person and give him abundant amounts of love in his heart, which are the guarantee of seeing you. Now, why does Rupa Goswami want to see Radha and Krishna? In Krishna consciousness, we hear, don't try to see Krishna. Try to qualify so that the divine couple... Oh, sorry, winter time in Germany. I try to qualify, act in such a way that the divine couple sees you. I will address this point of seeing Radha and Krishna or not seeing them a little later with some very interesting quotes from our Shastras. So why does he want to see them? This is very important to understand the heart of Rupa Goswami. he wants to see them in order to serve them. What do you do when you stand before God? You only have one question. How can I serve you? Prabodhananda Saraswati describes this in one of his works, the Sangita Madhava. He describes a soul who comes from the material world into the forest of Vrindavan, and in the distance hears sweet songs, and as he comes close, he finds the associates of Radha and Krishna, the gopis, singing and talking about Radha and Krishna. And he goes to them and says, how can, please, you are the servants of Radha and Krishna, please help me to meet the divine couple. And the gopis arrange such a meeting, and then for the first time the soul comes before Radha and Krishna, and it's a big, let us say, a very moving encounter. First, they are so extraordinary, sweet and beautiful that he cannot really fathom it with his heart. But then when he composes himself, he asks, how can I sing for you? How can I serve you? Please give me these directions. This is natural. This comes from the soul. A desire to serve the divine couple in all ways. So today I would like to go with you through verse 31 in Utkalika Valari. This was just a little introduction where I will really go through the direct translation and through what Rupa Goswami expresses. I have to request all of you to shower your good wishes on me. We are all now a group of participants in the sacred effort to hear about Radha and Krishna. So here's the verse for you. Pradeshinim mukha kuhare vinikshipan jano muhuvanabud vipulkat karo prasidatam kshanam adipo prasidatam drisho puraspuratu tadit ganachavi. I'm placing my forefinger into my mouth, and I call for you in the forest constantly. O my Lord, O my mistress, for a moment be merciful, be merciful. May your beauty of lightning and a cloud be visible to my eyes. So Rupa Goswami says, it seems to be impossible for me to have the fortune of your direct and close contact. But I desire so much to have you only that I want to meet you from far off. And this is how he makes his request known. This person places his index finger in the hole of his mouth. I'm persisting in my request. I cry constantly here in the forest of Vrindavan for you. Be merciful to me. Please hear me. Be merciful to me. And let your sweet forms that shine like a streak of lightning in a dark rain cloud, just one time manifest before my eyes. This gesture, we don't know it in the non-Indian countries, is a gesture of intense keenness. A beggar would do this. It means I'm like a calf, and I long to drink from the udder of the cow. Calves can be very thirsty and very insistent and very persistent. I'm here in this forest of Vrindavan, and I know if a desire is placed in Vrindavan, where so many wish-fulfilling Kalpa Vriksha trees are, then this desire is bound to be fulfilled. There are amazing narrations of people who come to Vrindavan, they desire something, and immediately it is fulfilled. Like even modern examples, like in my own life, as someone who has a lot of projects going on, I sometimes think I should meet this person or that person and that person. And sometimes I'm thinking impossible persons, impossible in the sense that they are not in Vrindavan, they are in America or Canada or so. It's impossible that I meet them. But very often I have seen that I'm going around Govardhana and suddenly, boom, the person I need to meet to discuss something in person is just coming out of the path, you know, as if he has been sent there. These are small things, but those who have been in the land of Vrindavan have seen also spiritual desires becoming fulfilled instantly, because it's an atmosphere where there are trees. Therefore, you must be very careful with your consciousness in Vrindavan. Not that you have the unsubstantial surface desires going on, but that you are focused on the real ones. But Rupa Goswami also feels, if I so much want a close contact, that's really a very bold desire. So I don't dare to ask for this. Let me see you from afar. And he invokes an image, just like someone may stand somewhere and see a cloud from which lightning flash comes down. Huh? I want to see you. Radha, you are like the lightning. You have a golden effulgence, just like the lightning. And Krishna, you are like a dark cloud. So this is how I want to see you. When we as sadhakas discuss the extraordinary mood and desires of such perfected souls as Srila Rupa Goswami, light is shed onto our own path, and we become aware of these original desires that are there in the soul. Our times, also in spiritual movements, suffer from the loss of the soul, or the loss of the self. But when you ignore the soul and its desires, it doesn't mean they go away. No. Ignoring these spiritual desires to be close to Krishna and serve Him, they are anchored in the soul. They don't go away even if we ignore them and never think of them. But if we repress them, suppress them, neglect them, they will make themselves known in a feeling of emptiness, of voidness, of unfulfillment with with how we live our lives. We have in our heart this God-shaped vacuum, and it can only be closed with God. So therefore, when we hear such tremendous outpouring of desires, we become reminded of these desires. For some of us, it is we are jolted, thrown, catapulted out of our ordinary thoughts and our desires, and we have to confront our absent-mindedness and our being so much covered in our lives. See, the tendency, the great temptation of our times, and it is, we in the spiritual movement are no exception. The temptations is to deal with the symptoms of having lost contact with our soul and its spiritual aspirations, that these symptoms of like the subsequent emptiness and the subsequent feeling of not being fulfilled, that we deal with them separately. Oh yes, we deal with our emptiness, with our lack of fulfillment separately, or with our frustrations. We deal with them separately. We deal with the inability to enter fulfilling relationships separately. We deal with the frustrations which happen in relationships separately. But unless we come to the root cause of our malady, that is not being in contact with the soul and its spiritual desires for darshan and for serving Krishna, we will remain unfulfilled, and one problem will be exchanged with another problem, with the same result, that we feel empty and not in bliss, not in ecstasy, and so on. So Rupa Goswami's keen desires light our own path, and we will start to feel a transformation in our hearts, where we then want the association and the service of Krishna. This love, which also Bhurijam Prabhu talked about, this Krishna-centered love, has two symptoms. We speak now about spiritual desires. It's a deep thirst for the beloved. This means the intense and pure desire to make the Lord happy with our service. And the marginal quality of this love is complete absorption in God consciousness. This is discussed by Rupa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1-272. This love is not formal, it is spontaneous, because it wells forth, it comes forth from the soul. Jiva Goswami speaks about this love in an analogy. Analogy is you take something with which you are familiar in this world, and through this example, which the analogy gives you, you are becoming aware of that which you are not familiar with. In Sanskrit logic, This is called Chandra Sakanaya. That is the logic of seeing the moon through the branch of a tree. Imagine someone doesn't see the moon. He's going through a dark night, and then he asks his friend, where is the moon? Is there the moon here? And the friend will say, yes, look there in the tree, the third branch, between the third and the fourth branch, look there. And then he looks there and he sees the moon. Of course, the moon is not between the third and fourth branch, but by pointing out to something which the person can see first, he can then hopefully see what is unknown to him. So Jiva Goswami gives an analogy. Just as the eye is naturally attracted to seeing beautiful objects and does not need any encouragement in his attraction, the devotee is naturally attracted to the Lord. Such a thirsty, eager love is called raga, and devotees with such natural love are called ragatmika bhaktas. So the love of Godhead about which we are speaking is as spontaneous as the love which you and me feel when we see a beautiful object. I can imagine no one needs to be encouraged to appreciate the beauty of Gopal Raj here in the background. Isn't he beautiful? And his smile is, especially the glance of his eyes is very nice. Especially when you sit here, he's looking at me and checking me if I'm saying everything properly. So when we see something very beautiful, our eyes don't have to be encouraged to look there. Like we may go through a wonderful path at the Adriatic coast, and all of a sudden our eyes see an island which is covered with beautiful trees in the Adriatic Sea, and we see a herd of dolphins rising out of the Adriatic Sea and playing around. No one has to say, just look there, don't look here. Everyone's eyes go like, wow, because they are attracted. So the same natural encouragement, attraction, which doesn't need any encouragement, which is there in the souls in the pure souls who are together with Krishna. And when we hear their descriptions, their udgirna, their outpourings, we become highly attracted. And Rupa Goswami gives us here an image. He says, Radha, you are like a lightning who sits on the lap of the black cloud called Shyam Sundar or Ganashyam. And I see you from the distance, and I feel so attracted. This is the desire in my heart. This is the vision I wish to see. Good. I would like to now raise a critical question. Should we desire to see Krishna? In the first canto of the Bhagavatam, Prabhupada says, there are so many different speculations and concepts about Krishna. But as soon as the Krishna Sun arises within the heart, the darkness of material speculations is at once cleared off. One sees his master and fully engages in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. My dear devotees, at the moment what we hear about Krishna is a concept only. It's a concept which our material mind has. It's something which is not yet realized. It's a mental composition which is there. Only the moment you see Krishna, then the concepts are broken and you will see, wow, he's very, very wonderful. Prabhupada once was asked by one of my god brothers, Prabhupada, how does Krishna really look like? And then Prabhupada pointed towards an image of Krishna. It was in Mayapur where there was a carving of Krishna, beautiful carving of Krishna, made from teak wood in his room, and he said, like this. And then he added, and when you see him, he will actually look completely different. Our eyes, our mind cannot understand Krishna. Atashi Krishna Namadi. But Krishna becomes revealed to us. Out of his own accord, he reveals himself. If we become inclined to do his service. Therefore, the devotee never says, I want to see you, Krishna. He says, I want to serve you, Krishna. And that implies the closeness with Krishna, and so on. So should we desire to see Krishna? Yes, by all means, because as soon as the Krishna sun arises in your heart, the darkness of the material concepts or speculations are cleared off. Jiva Goswami says the desire to see Krishna is the qualification of seeing him. If you always hear, no, don't see Krishna, don't see Krishna. Oh, okay, I don't want to see Krishna, I don't want to see Krishna. Then you will never see Krishna. When you always hear, you are too unadvanced, you should not desire to love Krishna, that is not up on your level. You will never desire to see Krishna. You have to develop your divine aspirations, which are slumbering, which are connected to the true self, and so on. The example which Jiva Goswami gives is Narada Muni. He had once Krishna's darshan, as you know. He went through the forest and he then sat down under a banyan tree and meditated with his mantra about Krishna. And then for a kshanam, a moment, he saw the beautiful form of Krishna as a spurti, that is a short revelation in the heart. I think you all have sometimes, for a short time, you read something about Krishna, you heard something about Krishna, you had the darshan of the deity of Krishna. And for a short time, that image came into your heart and you saw, and then it was gone already, and so on. So Narada Muni had once a darshan, and Krishna told him, I regret that during this lifetime this will be the only darshan of me. But it was still very helpful that you had it, because now you have an eagerness, and this eagerness will wipe all the material contamination away from your heart. And it is this eagerness for wanting to see me that will give rise to my darshan. First Krishna comes in the heart as a momentary impression, a spurti. Maybe sometimes he comes in a dream also. It's like this. And then the second revelation is Krishna can be seen with the spiritualized eyes. Narada Muni said, from this moment on, whenever I chanted, the Lord appears on the lotus of my heart as if called for. In Brihad Bhagavatamrita, Sanatana Goswami answers the question, should we want to see Krishna? He says, by all methods of spiritual discipline, seeing the Lord in person is the true reward to be attained. That alone destroys illusions down to the root, so that pure love of God may flourish. And then he quotes one verse, which is well known to you. He says, it's from 1 to 21. Thus the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive action is terminated when one sees the Lord as Master. For sadhakas like us, seeing the Lord will mean to hear first of all about the Lord, like we heard so beautifully from Buijan today. And this is the path of hearing, where some impressions come in our heart. We may in our heart understand what we have heard in one way, and that is the first seeing, some impressions. Or when we chant the holy name and we come from a superficial chanting into a deeper level of absorption, and during this time we either look at the deities in front of us, or we close our eyes and pray to Krishna. Oh Krishna, please accept me. And there is a contact. You make a contact with Krishna. This is how the seeing is starting. But then after some time, when the devotee is matured, he sees them with his very eyes. And Rupa Goswami prays for that type of vision. And I want to introduce to you another great Vaishnava who, by his prayers, gives us an answer should we want to see Krishna. And Giriraj Maharaj, this is in his new book, I'll Build You a Temple, the Juhu story. Please excuse me, I just will. Giriraj Maharaj describes in his book that once he had an appointment with a wealthy Gujarati businessman, Mr. Mehta, this Mr. Mehta was a devotee in the Vallabha Sampradaya, and he told Giriraj Maharaj that in the Vallabha Sampradaya they consider the prayers of Vritasura in the 6th canto, 11th chapter, to be the essence of their philosophy. And Mr. Mehta read these verses, these 4 prayers of Vritasura to Giriraj Maharaj. And for Giriraj Maharaj, they sounded so precisely, exactly, so much in the tune with Chaitanya Bhakti, with what he had learned from Prabhupada, that when he came back from Mr. Mehta, he burst into the room of Prabhupada and asked him, Prabhupada, I'm sorry to disturb. And Prabhupada was just doing something. He looked up. So, and he saw that his disciple was really moved and churned in his heart. Uh, mm, uh, mm, 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 and, uh, and he told him that Mr. Mehta had said these verses are core verses. So Prabhupada motioned to the sixth canto, which was there in the bookshelf, and asked Giriraj Maharaj to take this book out and read the verses. Giriraj Maharaj said, with Sanskrit and Purport? Yes, said Prabhupada. So then he read from chapter 11, verses 24 to 27. This is something you would like to note, this part in the Bhagavatam. The first prayer. You must know the circumstances. Vritasura was in his heart a great devotee with spiritual desires and aspirations, but he was in a body which forced him to act in a different way, in a way of an asura. Asuras are defined as persons who are interested in their own sense gratification. I always like to say I'm in the same situation. I'm born in the body of a North German person. I have the pride of a North German in me, and I have this disqualification and that disqualification, but I desire bhakti now. So Vritasura was in an armed conflict with Indra and all the devatas. Like a demon will attack, an asura will attack the suras. But in the fight, his devotional tendencies burst forth, and he did not want to live any longer as an asura. He didn't want to pursue his material life any longer. And he wanted to give up his body. A little bit like Sanatana Goswami, who came with these sores which were where pus came out, and he said, I don't want to stay in this body any longer. It's useless for service. So Vritasura saw Indra, who could have ended his life, but he said to himself, this is Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, what will this rascal Indra do? He sees everything materially. He will not kill me and liberate me from this body. Instead, I will now turn to the lotus feet of the Lord directly. So at that time, the Lord appeared as a spurti inside his heart in his meditation and said, very soon I will bring you to my side. Please ask for a boon. And then Vritasura felt encouraged, and he sang this beautiful verse. Aham haritava padaika mula dasanudaso bhavitasmi bhuya manas maritasu pater gunangste grinita vakama karotikaya. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, will I be again able to be a servant of your servants who find shelter only in the dust of your lotus feet? O Lord of my life, may I again become their servant, so that my mind may always think of your transcendental attributes, my speech and words may always glorify these qualities of yours, and my body may always engage in the loving service of your Lordship. So Giriraj Maharaj was reading this, and Prabhupada urged him on to read in the purport, and Prabhupada, the first line gave an answer to Giriraj Maharaj's question. Is this, the Vallabhas consider this the essence of the philosophy. How do we deal with this? And in the purport, Prabhupada says, this very verse, gives the sum and substance of devotional life. It's the sum and substance. Sum means the summary of everything, and the substance, it means this is essential, this is true, this is real. It gives this is authentic devotional life. In this verse, again, I want to say in my own words, the devotee prays to the Lord to be again allowed to be the servant of the servant and engage. So he wants to be allowed to be in the association of the direct associates of Krishna, and then he wants to engage his three attributes, the mind, the words, and the body in service. So just like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu examined Parikshate Sanatana Goswami, the Lord will now examine Vritasura. Is this so? Do you actually want this? This is all Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. He will say, no, I will give you everything else, including enjoyment of svaga, or heavenly planets, and liberations. Please take everything from me. But Vritasura shakes his head and emphatically refuses, no. In separation from you, my life airs are burning. How then will svaga, paradise in heaven, make me happy? But when I meet you, I will attain the three blessings. That is, that my mind is engaged in your service always. Lord of my life, my words sing your qualities, and my body is engaged in massaging your lotus feet and other personal services. My dear devotees, these are the true aspirations of the soul. This is what every one of us wants, because we have a soul. Or not we have a soul. We are a soul, and we have the body. Sometimes we think we are a German and we have a soul somewhere inside. No, I am a soul and I have a German, so to say. That is the right way of seeing things. And therefore I have soul desires, the desires of the soul, but they are covered by layers and layers and layers of material conditionings, which all come out of the false ego of identifying with something that I am not. It's the knot in the heart, no? It's a very strong bondage. Therefore, here our devotee Vritta is continuing. Oh my Lord, source of all opportunities, means you can have everything from the Lord. Oh my Lord, source of all opportunities. I do not desire to enjoy in Dhruva Loka. I do not wish to be in the heavenly planets or the planet where Lord Brahma resides. No. Nor do I want to be the supreme ruler of all the earthly planets or the lower planetary systems. I do not desire to be the master of the powers of mystic yoga, nor do I want liberation if I have to give up your lotus feet. 3 times he says no. I don't want the higher planets. I don't wish the powers of the yogis. I don't wish moksha if I have to give up serving your lotus feet. And then he thinks, I need to most probably make myself a little bit more clearer and tell the Lord about all my desires and what I strongly wish for. But I also know that the fulfillment of my desires depends solely and entirely on you, Krishna. He sings, Aja tapaksha iva mataram kaga stanyam yatavat satada kshudata priyam priyeva yushitam vishanna manoravindaksha didikshate tam tvam. He says, let me describe what is going on in my heart. He gives 3 analogies. Just like baby birds who sit in the nest and wait for the mother to come and bring food and security to them. I long for you. Just like a small calf that is tied by the neck with ropes and waits for the time when he can go to the mother and drink. In the same way, I want to be allowed to come to you, my Lord. Then he feels in his heart, no, these examples are not good, because in these examples, both the bird and the calf thinks of his own enjoyment only. But this is not how I really feel. And he gives a 3rd example. He says, to really express what is going on in my heart, this 3rd example, please listen to it. Just like a wife who sits at home and is sad because her beloved husband is in foreign countries and is not there. I also wish for you to come so that I can serve you in all ways. The beloved wife, for instance, who sits at home will think, oh, when my husband comes, I will make his favorite porridge for him, or his, and I will certainly also, make the room very tidy so that he can very nicely sit down. And I will even, and then she thinks of the private thoughts of a wife which enter into the very confidential relationship. I will give him pleasure in various ways. No? So in this way, I feel also, I don't want to just see you, I want to serve you. That is my great desire. And then he ends his prayer because you must see in his psychology something happens that has happened also in Rupa Goswami. He thinks, oh, how can such a low rascal as myself attain such a good fortune? That I want to go back to Godhead. Let me remain for some time in this world, but not an ordinary stay in this world. No, let me have friendship with the devotees of the Lord, not to persons who are attached to their bodies, and so on. And therefore he ends his prayer by saying, Mamotama Janeshu Sakyam. Oh, my Lord, my Master, I'm wandering through the material world. I know as a result of my karma. Let that go on. Therefore, as I'm still roaming in the world, I seek friendship in the association of your pious and enlightened devotees. My attachment to my body, wife, children, and home is continuing by the spell of the external energy. But I wish to be attached to them no longer. Let my mind, my consciousness, and everything I have be attached only to you. My dear listeners, I think when we speak about a subject like this one, developing divine aspirations, we first of all need to understand what they are. What are the desires of the soul? And therefore, coming in contact with Rupa Goswami's enlightened poetry, is informing us about this. And we may also feel at that time, yes, he is there like a beggar in the forest of Vrindavan. He feels deeply unqualified, but he wants to have a spurti. It means something which he realizes for kshanam. Kshanam is the word which Rupa Goswami uses. Kshanam means a moment. He wants to see for a moment an impression of Radha and Krishna. The image which he has given is like a lightning flash that comes out of a dark rain cloud. I want to see for a moment, if only for a moment, your kind presence in my heart. And his desire is to do service. Now, to approach this unearthing of our own desires, we need to do a little spiritual archaeology. And I believe in Vritasura's prayers, which are the sum and substance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings, we find a clue. And this clue is to be in the association of devotees like now. I mean, I will take myself out of this, but when I listened to Bhurijam Prabhu this morning, I just felt, wow, now my world is in order. Yes, and I followed his line of explanations. I was there with Sanatana Goswami. I could feel his desperation upon seeing his own so-called disqualification. In his case, it's only a so-called disqualification. And I could follow that the Lord examines us. My dear devotees, in your life, you all have Gopalaj. I should not point with my index finger at him. Looking at you, like here in this background. He looks at you. And he is watching you. He is doing some, what was the word? Parikshyate. He is examining you. He is looking that in your heart, these divine aspirations, these aspirations which come from the long neglected soul, that they will rise and he will respond. Ye yatamang papatyante, in the degree in which you are turning to him. I thank you very much. I am finished here. I am somehow very punctual. Prashanta, you should have a word of encouragement for me. And what do we do, Prashanta? Do we ask for a question or do we go on?
Hare Krishna Maharaj, yes, you are very punctual, very wonderful. One question we can take, certainly.
Good.
Any questions, anyone? First one, Diksha Ahuja from Delhi. Diksha, can you please unmute yourself and speak?
Yes, thank you so much, Mataji. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for bringing this very wonderful topic and helping us to introspect. So Maharaj, one question I had come across in this context was that when we go in temple and have darshan of the Lord, we feel very much satisfied, happy, and very closer to Krishna. But when we come back, when we are at our home, when we worship in our altar, the same feeling is not there. So I feel very indifferent that Krishna is a person. Still, why so much impersonalism is there? Although so many processes of chanting, hearing, reading is going on, but why this impersonalism persists in the heart when Krishna is the same in the photo and when we go to the temple?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's a relevant question which many of us have. Yes, when we are going to the temple, there are moments when we have really, when we almost feel a communication between us and the deities, and devotees have spoken about this, that they may have had a question and a desire, and at that moment a flower falls from the garland and seems to confirm a question which they have given answer to a question. Why don't we feel like this at home when we have maybe home deities or pictures of the deities? See, I will expand your question also. On retreats and seminars, we are in good, high elevated consciousness, but when we come back to our lives, it seems we almost lose, if not everything, we lose a lot. Why is this so, and what can we do? You must know one thing. If you want to do something, like being Krishna conscious, if you want to be something, you have to create the circumstances that allow this. For instance, if you want to rise in the early morning to do your sadhana, you have to, and to do not a sleepy sadhana, but to be awake, you have to create the circumstances of going early to bed. You can't, in other words, perform in your life or do anything in your life or be anything in your life if you do not create the circumstances that allow you to do this. So very often when we come into the temple, or if we come in a festival, we come into circumstances or an environment, or you could also say, an atmosphere that supports us from all directions. There are devotees, there's prasadam, there are kirtans, there are the deities, and yes, then we can be very Krishna conscious. The art is, if you want to maintain this state of consciousness, you will have to somehow bring these or similar circumstances that support you into your life. If I want to be healthy, I have to have a good healthy diet, I have to have good air to breathe, I have to have maybe exercises and so on and so forth. Otherwise, I cannot be healthy. I can maybe have a momentary feeling of being healthy when I feel good and there's good circulation going on, but that's momentary. So we need to look at the circumstances that surround us and create circumstances. I always think of 3 circumstances that help us when we are at home. One is a favorable lifestyle. The second is philosophy, where we read regularly. The third is a practice. And I forgot, the fourth is we need some form of Sangha in some ways. We can take in these lockdown times online Sangha or listen to lectures and so on, and or you are a Mataji, you can phone other Matajis and discuss with them and so on. Some type of Sangha we need. So my answer to you is, you have to create the circumstances that are favorable, and then only when the circumstances are favorable will it be possible for you to maintain your spiritual life enthusiastically. My dear devotees, I see that there are still other hands up and you want to ask questions. Now, for a lecturer, there is no greater joy than interested audience. But I sincerely think, in the interest of time, that we don't lose those devotees who have made plans for the rest of the day. We should end here. We are only 8 minutes too late. That's still within the acceptable borders. And please keep your questions. We will have a question and answer session with Bhuijan Prabhu, Jagatarini Mataji, and myself on, please help me, Prashanta. Is it Sunday, isn't it?
It's on the last day, Maharaj, on the 9th of January. So yes, we can invite the devotees that if some of your questions are not being answered now, you just keep them, and we will open the chat for questions. Not today, I think day after tomorrow, we will be opening, we will be collecting questions. So if you don't get through during the classes, which is natural, you will have another opportunity to have your questions heard.
Yes, so please remember what Prashanta said. You type your question into the chat box, send it, I'm not so computer scientist, but then Prashanta will get it and her team, and they will take it out, but somehow. Good, so I will close here. I will close my shop here, but I will continue to be at the retreat. Now we will, Prashanta will announce the next video, and then Jagatarini Mataji will speak.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for preparing these wonderful instructions for all of us. We will make further announcements regarding the questions. Announcements will be made on the 7th. On the 7th, we will open the channel for receiving the questions. Those who have registered through the Google form must have received the circular that explained everything. In any case, we will repeat the instructions. So today we are going to go, if you focus very nicely, we will have a different experience. We are taking a boat ride on River Jamuna. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Yasya jata jata samantata sa parikheva Krishna namajjanan majjanato visuddhan karoti ya Krishna hridastatati paryapta indi varamanikeva prasarahara pratimeva devya Vrindavanasya sitashatikeva virajate Shri Jamuna Nadisa. Behold the beautiful Yamuna that is like a moat of black mascara encircling Vrindavan, transforming into pure devotees those who bathe in her waters. She carries Krishna into their hearts. The sandy islands in the middle of the river have beautiful gardens, within which the birds become joyful, desiring to see Govinda. Yamuna is like a garland of blossoming blue lotuses. She is like a necklace of sapphire, a blue sash worn by the goddess of Vrindavan. Yamuna's shores, with jewel-embedded staircases on both sides, are like the teeth of the goddess of beauty. reminding one of Sri Krishna. Yasya jane durgataagatepi vrindavanasya samantatasya avartalaksham stitishlobalaksham yatha dhanidvarishilo vichittam. Just as greedy men come from far and wide at the rich man's doorstep with endless desires, Yamuna flows in a winding course, whirling around the Vrindavan forest, desiring to attain Krishna. Yasya dvayo sundara pasvayosta sopanamale vanaratna jale shobhakya devya ivadanta pankti Shri Krishna susmaraka shuddha shakti. During my last moments of life, I will place my body in the Yamuna and float away, singing Jai Radha Govinda. Sopanjato adicho dipashe madhye chayasya chalila pravaha Shri Krishna veno dhvani panatomi bhavanti satyo viparita rupa Madhye pitasya pulinani yechu kunjani kutrapi hasanti tesham vihangama angana ullasanti Govinda sandarshana lalasata Govinda sandarshana lalasata Govinda sandarshana lalasata Yasyasya ho kanjala jata jata Samantata parikheva Krishna Namajanan majjanato vishuddhan Karoti ya Krishna ridhastutapi Well, I don't know about you, but I have tears in my eyes looking at the beautiful Yamuna and hearing these beautiful verses from Rajariti Chintamani. Let us see whether Jagatarini Mataji has reached us. I've heard she's here. We are just about to begin her presentation. Yes?
Am I on?
Yes, you are on. Welcome,
Yes.
Jagatarini Mataji. This will be her first presentation. So,
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Vaskatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So first of all, of course, I would like to express my great appreciation for the wonderful entrance into the dynamic pastimes of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with Sanatan Goswami. I was picturing him with wounds all over his body, open wounds, and resisting being embraced by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We'll hear more about that Leela. And then too, it was wonderful to hear some of the swan song of Srila Rupa Goswami. This Utkalika Valari is something of a masterpiece of bhakti. And also going to Udavakund, Chandan Shila, and the Jamuna was also very, very rewarding, very satisfying, and created a wonderful atmosphere for me to now make my presentation. So I began this retreat with one idea in my mind, and the presentation that I'm making actually is quite distinctly different than what I was trying to do. One second. On? I don't know. So when I was looking for something to prepare, I was thinking about a Leela, some Leela that I could share in the evening, like we would do at Govardhana. And I was thinking particularly about chapter 21 in the 10th canto, which is, of course, the gopis and their intense meditation and on the sound of Krishna's flute, and also their inner meditation on all the other animals and birds in Vrindavan, and how only they, the girls, were unfortunate because everybody else could go to Krishna very easily. And just to get a little bit of a background or a little scenery, I thought to step back one chapter to chapter 20 and read the description that Sukadev Goswami gives of Vrindavan in the rainy season and the autumn. And to tell you the truth, that was a chapter that I had often, I would say, even neglected to read, because it seemed like it was just geographical. It didn't have any direct storyline. But I went there, and as I started to read the verses, I began to picture, just as we have been picturing or seeing Vrindavan in the rainy season, and then Vrindavan in the autumn, I began to befriend these beautiful descriptions of Vrindavan. And then I wanted to go a little closer, a little more understanding. And I searched for more information. And in that way, I came across an experience with Srila Prabhupada, where he himself also wanted to present the information in those two chapters to make his first opportunity to get out of India and reach the international world. Now that was in 1961, when we will hear about, actually we'll hear about that more. I've written something to share with you so I could collect my thoughts, and this will come up again later. But first of all, I want to speak something about the idea of danger, that Vrindavan is dangerous. It sounds like a warning because there's some lethal disease or some poison in the air or some horrible gundas or something like that. But actually, the essence of what this danger is very important for us to hear. So let me begin. Recently, I was pondering on a verse from the Nectar of Devotion, which describes a conversation between two young girls. One of the girls is telling her friend not to wander along the bank of the Jamuna River, just near a place called Keshi Tirtha, where there's a possibility of encountering a very attractive young boy whose eyes are stunningly beautiful and who is playing an extraordinary melody on a flute. The young girl is warning her friend, saying, if you are determined to stay the way you are now, then please don't go there. Srila Rupa Goswami, a renowned master in the Bhakti tradition, is the author of this text. Nearly 500 years ago, during the late 1500s, he placed this Sanskrit verse in his book dedicated to explaining the unique nature of Krishna, of Bhakti, and of Vrindavan. There is something he wants to tell us. He's saying, if you like things the way they are now, then don't go there. If you want to remain the way you are now, don't go to Vrindavan. It is very dangerous. These words can be taken in another way. They can be saying indirectly, if you want to be radically transformed, then do go to Vrindavan. Srila Rupa Goswami is giving us a warning, which of course is actually meant to be a heart-opening invitation. But let's reflect a little more upon the danger that he is referring to. If we really decided to enter Vrindavan, what would we encounter and why is it dangerous? This question actually fascinated me as I contemplated it more and more, and I began to understand the nature of the danger and why Srila Rupa Goswami is giving us this warning. So here it is. Vrindavan is dangerous because it will upset all your conceptions. It will redefine your life. It will cause you to think more deeply and insist that you step apart from the current trends and values of the world. It will change all your priorities. It will demand that you become ready to follow what no conditioned soul has ever wanted to do, namely, to remove oneself from the center of their lives and place Krishna there. It will teach you what it really means to serve. And it will highlight the selfishness and the foolishness that results from misidentifying ourselves as independent and joyous. Wow, that's pretty heavy. That's pretty heavy. But that's Vrindavan. Vrindavan holds the key to real love, real life, and real understanding. Vrindavan is dangerous. Now, before preparing this class, I asked myself a very good question. I asked myself, does this experience of redefining your values, learning how to serve, taking yourself out of the center, thinking more deeply, stepping apart from worldly values? Does this occur automatically? And does it apply to everyone who visits Vrindavan? And after some reflection, my answer would be both yes and no. Yes and no at the same time. Because after all, Vrindavan is a land of contradictions. So yes and no, this applies. It applies to everyone. And yet, at the same time, it's possible to avoid it if you really, really want to. So let's look first at the yes. As soon as you step out of the taxi and place your feet on the dusty paved road and take a fresh breath of air, you're already touching the sacred dust of Vrindavan, externally and also within. So this means you have imperceptibly already changed. Then, when you enter the temple compound, you can take darshan of Srila Prabhupada in the Samadhi, and then enter the temple proper. And here, which is alive, the temple which is alive and vibrant, with pilgrims coming and going, and ladies making garlands, and the sound of kirtan 24 hours a day. The mantra is being chanted. And after you have offered your obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, who is seated there in the temple, and stood before the three altars of Sri Sri Gaurnitai, Krishna Balaram, Radhashama Sundar, who are daily worshipped there, you have definitely changed. So whether you like it or not, you will be changed. And there's also a no. No. You may not find yourself magically transformed into someone who only thinks of Krishna and wants to madly drop everything and run after Krishna. Nevertheless, the process has already begun. Already you have embarked upon a journey. By coming to Vrindavan, you have embarked upon this dangerous journey. Now, here is an encouraging verse written by a very saintly resident of Vrindavan hundreds of years ago. And he says, if one lives in the earthly land of Vrindavan, touches it, sees it, travels to it, meditates upon it, bows down to offer respects to it, sings or hears about it, or carries its dust upon his head, or has any relationship with it at all, then this purifying earthly Vrindavan will carry him to the supreme abode of Vrindavan in the spiritual world. So he is informing us that any connection we have with Vrindavan in this world is imperceptibly changing us. And one day it will carry us to the spiritual world. Our saintly Vrindavan resident continues. He says, I have uselessly spent countless lifetimes agitated with the cares of maintaining my body, my home, my family, and my relatives. Even now, when I am supposed to be intelligent, I am still bewildered by such things. O Vrindavan, your holy name is my only shelter. Do you ever feel like that? Yes, we might say, sometimes I do. But this was where I felt rather awkward as I was preparing, because to be really honest, I have to admit that in essence, I do very much identify myself as a part of this world. There's the place that I call home. I have a family. I see everything around me as tangible. I see current affairs, current problems, current politics, and current circumstances as reality. I see my family as real. I see money as real. I see health as real. And how can I give up all of this and go to a place I know so little about? Do you see how if you or I want to keep seeing reality the way that we do, then Vrindavan is very dangerous, because it will upset me. It will turbulent make me. I will not feel comfortable there when I'm seeing reality in the world around me. And Prabhupada tells us that Krishna is real. He's really real. He's more real than all the things that you and I can consider real, because we can see them, hear them, touch them, and so on. He's real. He's real. He's really, really real. And our Vrindavan saint says, in the spiritual abode of Vrindavan, the land is filled with spiritual splendor. The trees and the vines are spiritual. The birds and the deer are spiritual. The large, beautiful lakes are also spiritual. Everything, everything. The mountains, the rivers, the ponds, the jewels, the minerals, and the clouds are all spiritual. And the many charming forest groves are spiritual also. So Srila Rupa Goswami he wants to draw our attention through this conversation that he has written long, long ago between these two young girls, that if her friend were to see Krishna in Vrindavan and hear his flute song, she would definitely, absolutely never be the same again. Her heart would be transformed after experiencing the actual beauty of Krishna in Vrindavan. Now, as I said, I want to share with you something that deeply touched me during my preparation for this retreat. I came in touch through reading the Prabhupada Lilamrita. I came to understand more about the years of hardship and struggle that preceded Srila Prabhupada's departure for America. Prior to, this is interesting, prior to 1979, there was very little known about Srila Prabhupada's early life. Many of the things we know now were unknown then. And with a great deal of research, those who were compiling the Prabhupada Lilamrita went here and there around to different places and found out all the information, like a great investigation that we have now that gives us a picture of Srila Prabhupada before he came to America. From 1954 until 1965, Srila Prabhupada was living in Vrindavan in poverty. Externally, he was both poor and elderly. And while other people were living in Vrindavan because they were interested in their bhajan and they were preparing themselves for the end of life, Srila Prabhupada was living there, preparing to start the mission of his life. A lifetime in preparation. From his very birth, it was predicted that he would leave India. And he knew that he had a very special mission to fulfill. Yet in the dynamic tension of that time, right then, he was struggling. In January 1961, he was living in a room on top of the Vamsi Gopal temple at Keshighat in Vrindavan. Just 3 months before, he had accepted sannyas, and now he was known as Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. But with almost no money, no followers, and no assistance, still, he was firmly focused upon his mission. So one man in Delhi, who Srila Prabhupada met, showed him a pamphlet which announced a conference called the Congress for Cultivating Human Spirit. It was a convention to be held in Tokyo in May the 10th and 20th, 1961. And the theme was creating world peace through cultivating human spirit. And international participants were invited. And as soon as Prabhupada heard about this, he really, really wanted to go. So he conceived of a project for that convention. In the 10th canto, this chapter 20 of the Bhagavatam, with the description of the 2 seasons of Vrindavan, Prabhupada thought that Oriental people are very fond of nature, and autumn season is particularly auspicious for them. So he began preparing 48 commentaries on those verses, which he entitled The Light of the Bhagavatam. He believed that presenting spiritual philosophy by examples from nature would be the best thing for their understanding. So his plan was that the organizers of the conference should find a qualified Oriental artist who could illustrate each verse. And he wrote directions from which the artists could design the paintings. This is Prabhupada's ambition, Prabhupada's drive, Prabhupada's vision when he had nothing to support him. He hoped that the paintings and their accompanied explanations would make a very impressive display for the visitors to the conference. And if possible, he wished that they might publish a book containing all the illustrations and the text. Then he quickly set about to produce a 20,000 word document, 20,000 words. So those who have to write essays and so on will understand that that's a significant amount of typewriting or handwriting in a notebook that Srila Prabhupada was about to embark upon to achieve this opportunity to go to Japan. He said, I wish to impress upon the delegates who will internationally join the conference for culturing human spirit at Japan about the necessity of an international movement for this purpose in cooperation of all the enlightened people of the world. There was no international movement at that stage. Kindly, therefore, do the needful immediately and give me a chance to speak to the enlightened people of the world the message of human culture from the Vedic literatures. I am sure that such views will change the angle of vision of the world's activities. So here he was, picture it. He has nothing, no resources, but he has this burning desire to take Vrindavan in the rainy season and the autumn out of India and present this as the greatest necessity for the rest of human culture to understand the beauty and the significant meaning that carries itself along with the beauty of Vrindavan. So the gentleman in charge, he was happy, and he wrote back to Srila Prabhupada, and they expressed high regard for each other, and he made all the arrangements. He sent an official invitation so Srila Prabhupada could leave India, and he offered to take care of all the arrangements whilst he was there. He suggested that Prabhupada could stay an extra month, and then he could travel around Japan and meet the mayors of different parts of Japan, and Srila Prabhupada was very excited. But he had no money. So he wasn't disappointed. At first he went to government offices and requested. He went to the Prime Minister of India and requested in a letter to him, and then a public meeting, that I am a renounced person representing our culture. Please make all arrangements so that I can travel in this way. He wrote people that he knew in Bombay. He wrote people around Delhi. He was very, very, very active. But there was no money coming. And finally, he contacted the Japanese gentleman and said to him that since as you have developed a deep love for me, I dare to ask you to send me financial help to take me to Japan. I think you can immediately instruct your embassy in Delhi to do the needful and dispatch me to Japan on your behalf. But Mr. Nakano couldn't help. And Bhaktivedanta Swami's efforts ended in a dream only. Now, when I read this little incident, I knew that I was bringing my sentiments to bear. I was thinking how disappointed I would be and how unfortunate it was that Srila Prabhupada couldn't do that. I was feeling sad and sorry for him, and so many thoughts came. But I also understood that Srila Prabhupada knew the nature of Vrindavan. He knew the nature of Krishna. And he knew the nature of bhakti. He wasn't confused. And so somehow he saw that this was Krishna's hand. So Japan seemed to be the plan of Krishna to bring him out, but it wasn't. The time had not yet arrived. There was more work for him to do before he could share Vrindavan with the rest of the world. He did not attend that conference, nor did he create the book he wanted describing the seasons of Vrindavan. 21 years would pass before that book would appear. By that time, he would have already physically departed this world, and yet the manuscript had remained. And followers now remained to do the service on his behalf. Srila Prabhupada said, for spiritual realization, one has to purify the heart and know things in their true perspective. As soon as one does this, the flow of one's natural affection begins to glide towards the Lord. And with the progress of this flow, one becomes more and more self-realized in various relations with the Lord. This is Vrindavan. This is Vrindavan. If you want to not keep your illusions in place, but instead to remove them, then with open arms and open heart, the sadhus will wholeheartedly insist that you are now ready to visit Vrindavan. And then the greatest danger for you will be that perhaps you will leave your heart there, and you'll not be able to find it again. So tomorrow and the next day, we will hear something first about Vrindavan in the rainy season, which we've been so fortunate to actually see with our eyes with these beautiful videos. And then we'll hear about Vrindavan in the autumn season, which is the season in which Krishna very, very masterfully begins to play on his flute. So please come along for this journey, and please take the time, if you have it, to read these beautiful descriptions in the Srimad Bhagavatam separately by yourself, because that little effort to do that will really, it will really be reciprocated with by Krishna when we actually come together again and read these parts of the Bhagavatam and share something of what is actually beyond our eyes, beyond our senses, but where that sweetness is coming from. It's coming from Krishna's presence in Vrindavan in a way, on a level that we can't directly perceive. But almost anyone who goes to Vrindavan recognizes the change or some change that takes place just by visiting there. So thank you. And I repeat, Vrindavan is very dangerous. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Jagatarini Mataji, for adding this wonderful contribution to our Vrindavan experience through this retreat.
Sound?
Could everyone hear me? Yes? Okay. I will now invite His Holiness Sachidanand Maharaj to conclude the day, and Burjan Prabhu as well, to conclude the day and give us some guidance how to best continue and take advantage of this retreat.
Hare Krishna. First of all, Jagatarini, thank you so very much for your very thoughtful and, in a way, realized presentation. I know that you stayed, I believe, for 10 consecutive years in Vrindavan, and then, of course, you have visited many times. And you have really... You have really shared with us the experience of living there. Vrindavan, you said, is dangerous because it upsets our condition, it redefines our lives, and when it sinks in more deeply, it insists that we step away from our worldly values and change the priorities. And it demands that we are ready to follow, follow Krishna's instructions and surrender. In one sentence you said so nice, it does what all conditioned souls despise, that is to remove themselves out of the center and put Krishna in there. Thank you very much. When we go in Vashana, when we went 5 years ago in Vashana, there was a writing on the wall. And before this writing on the wall, there was usually there was a little cottage or a little, how do you say, it's like these wooden beds, and one of the little actors who played Krishna in these Krishna drama troupes, which were there in Vrindavan, he was leaning against the wall, and the writing was just about us. It said like this: why we love Krishna, we cannot say. All we can say is that we love Vrindavan. So despite all these dangers which you have mentioned, Vrindavan is so irresistibly attractive, because I think in the core of our hearts, when we go deep and contact our essential desires which are resting beneath the surface, we want to be taken out of the materialistic worldview, which doesn't give us any lasting satisfaction anyway. So really wonderful. But Prashanta asked for advices. I can only repeat, a retreat has two aspects. One is the aspects where we come to the lectures and participate in the presentations, and that we have all done in our own ways. But there is a second aspect which is absolutely necessary to move forward, and that is we need to reflect about the subjects. I would like to encourage everyone to isolate one or two or three or four points which has struck you. Maybe it was in Burijan Prabhu's presentations when he spoke about being examined. Maybe it was in Jagatarini Mataji's presentations where she spoke about that Vrindavan calls us forward, it challenges us, it draws us out of our comfort zone, really, by insisting that we change. Maybe it's something which struck you when you saw these amazing videos. I mean, these are videos. I think Hollywood is envious of such videos. They are so good, these videos. Think about this, what it means for your life. Then you will have really drawn into your life some strong udipans or strong impulses that will help you to move forward. That I would like to say. Spend the rest of the day, some part of it thinking about it. Maybe in the evening, go through your notes before you go to bed. Say a prayer which comes out of your heart. Do the important inner work. Then you move forward. I will end with where I live. There is a big lake, and I see often these white swans. They come to our door and they want to be fed with remnants of prasadam. And when they come, they look so graciously. Their white necks are bent and they warble, they make some enthusiastic sound of seeing us, and so on. But behind their elegant movement, there is something which does not meet the eye. Under the surface of their legs, which are quickly moving and bringing them forward. So when you go on the retreat, there's one side that is you listen and you see from the subjects which come floating in your directions, which one strikes you, which one to extract. But then comes the second part. You need to also do some personal work which goes on under the surface, and that is to reflect about these things, to see how they apply to your life just now, the way you are now, and to maybe pray for help that you can realize them. This would be my 2 cents worth of advice. I thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Let us hear also our Bujam Prabhu.
Yes. Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, that's Satyananda Maharaj. Should I?
Yes, yes.
Okay, but before we do, I'd like to know if there are any peacocks and cows. Everyone has to unmute. Are there any peacocks and cows out there? Doesn't sound like it, so we couldn't be in Vrindavan.
They are very shy at the moment.
They're waiting for the rainy season to begin. I know that there's some cows out there. One lonely, tired cow, it sounds like. Okay. Everyone stand up though.
Good.
And put your hands very high in the air. And tomorrow make sure that you bring some cows and peacocks with you.
No, go Krishna, no.
Now what we're going to do is with great enthusiasm say Jai Jai Sri Radhe Shyam. Before you do that though, you should face Vrindavan. Now what direction that is, I don't know.
It's everywhere.
There.
All around.
There is someone. I know there's a cow out there too. And a peacock. Okay. Jai Jai Sri Radhe.
Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Jai Jai Radhe. Jai
Bolo
Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai.
Jai Jai Sri
Radhe. Sound. Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Jai Jai Sri Radhe. Shyam.
What, Maharaj, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I said very loudly. Jai Jai.
When we hear that, we think, oh, home again. Okay. Hare Krishna.
So Hare Krishna, I think it is a very, very nice assembly which is here together. Please let us keep this up and participate as fully in the upcoming retreats. I will now turn over to our Prashanta. Maybe you want to give us information about the timings and everything. I think we should try to unmute everyone. Please do so. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. What? Prashanta?
Hare Krishna, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, and thank you to all of you for being here very consistently. So tomorrow we will continue. We start at the same time. The schedule is the same, 2 p.m. IST, and there are many different timings. So you all know your timings. You have your schedules with you. So same schedule, many darshans of Giriraj, and the 3 classes beginning with Burjan Prabhu, then Sachinandan Maharaj, and Jagatari Mataji. So you are all unmute and you can now express yourself as much as you like.
Hare Krishna, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna Maharaj,
Krishna,
Jai
Jai
Shri Radhe, Shyam Vaishnavi, Namo Namaha,
Shri Radhe
Jai Shri Radhe.
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishnavebhyo Namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhayevcha. Patinaam pavnebhyo Vaishnavebhyo. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.
Gurujan Prabhu ki jai. Grace Jagat Tarani Mata ji ki jai.
Jai.
Prashanta Mata ji ki jai.
Jai.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much for your wisdom.
Hari Bol Ananda Mayurada. You are translating into Hindi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Jai, jai.